Koliko kašila, sam te teo štelajka bude popila. Ali to kad vidite hitaka, ono, pomeniće ono teče. Uksapi na oblazi pohekao na jedla čuzani, poštijel pa.
Okay, we have a few that need to be excused. We have Russell that's going to be late. Martha needs to be excused. Dara is going to be late. She's going to be in at 1 o'clock. Norman needs to be excused. Tennille's online. She answered. Cher's going to be late. Then you have anybody else that need to be excused for today? Now we need a motion for the excuses. Ham, second by Steve. Question by Bill. All in favor? Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting. Motion carried.
First,
Good morning, Joe. He's gonna ride his motorcycle down, but he got scared.
Morning, Council Administration. Do you think housing should be here?
I think we invited them, but
There's a meeting, they're having a board meeting today.
was they? Okay.
Well, there's about 3 directors up there. Can we get one of them to come down?
I don't know what they'd be here for.
Give us help on what their, on their policies and stuff up there that they have in place.
We got Brad call up there and see if so we know. Okay, awesome. Sure.
2 weeks ago, let's see what day was it? 9. We were supposed to have a special economic development committee meeting, and I don't know if you all remember that in the text thread when I asked for them to cancel OHTC, housing, there was like 3 other programs that were supposed to be there at the committee. I guess, I know you guys wanted this meeting today, especially to talk about the housing stuff, but I feel like it's sooner than it should be because the Economic Development Committee hasn't been able to get ready, and no disrespect to the presenters that came today, but they didn't come through Economic Development Committee and present to us first. And I guess I just feel like I'm not sure what they're presenting today, because in the plan that we have, both of their businesses are included in it. So do you all want to start with the presenters, or do you want to start with what economic development has so far?
I think we should go with the presenters, and we can talk about the plan if we want to use them or not.
They're in the plan that we have, that we're suggesting, and we're not planning on locking in any specific person.
When I was asked to schedule the meeting, this is what it consists of, is that we call these people to be here because I've seen their plan. So I figured that's going to be part of our discussion here, was to have some type of people that can finance houses for us and give us some ideas on what's out there. It's up to you guys. If you guys want to go through your economic,
Chairman.
Just to finish what I was saying. Oh, Eileen, you're not on mute. Eileen. Finish. Oh, Eileen, you're not on mute. There you go. Just kidding. What was I saying? My train of thought. All of them are included in the plan, but what would happen is the client would choose which one. And the plan was that they would work with our emerging CDFI, which is Tatanka Funds, which is here locally, and they can direct them to the specific entities based on what the client wants to go with. Because they all have good things to offer. I don't want to say, oh, we're going strictly with Mazaska, and that's it, and I don't want to limit our tribal members. So just wanted to put that out there, but I'm open to hear from them.
Okay, well, let's start with them, and then we can get into our discussion. They can be excused, and we'll have our discussion after that. So, go ahead, Joel. We'll be first here. Let's hear about HUD 184. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be back home. I'm Jewel Burnett. Born and raised here down in Indian and Sioux Falls. So, for those of you who know that I've been in the banking business for a long time. So, I got into the HUD 184 home lending business back in '99. Been doing it ever since. So we've helped thousands of tribal members across the nation, tribes and tribal housing authorities. So, the main program is the HUD Section 184 Indian Home Loan Program. It was built to bring mortgage capital to the reservation for tribal members, specifically on trust land. It has since evolved where about 10% of the portfolio has been used on trust land. The other 90% has been off reservation on fee simple land. In South Dakota, you can use it on or off the reservation, fee simple land, trust land, individual trust land. So our members have those choices. There's other programs that are being offered today also. We're back into a good period of time where hopefully our Native people will have more choices than they've had in the past with USDA rural development, Fannie and Freddie Mac coming back to the table, offering their mortgage programs to Native people on trust lands. So like I said, the 184 program is not just for individuals. The tribe can be the borrower, the housing authority can be the borrower. So I've been in several projects with tribes or housing authorities where they built a number of houses on the reservation and the entity was the borrower, not the individual. In some of those cases, the individuals didn't qualify. So they had, say, 10 families identified that they wanted to put in these 10 homes. So for a period of 1 to 5 years, the local housing authority or credit counseling agency worked with those 10 families to get them mortgage ready. Once they were mortgage ready, they assumed the mortgage away from the tribe or the housing authority, and it was now in the tribal member's name, their responsibility. Obviously, there's some risk there with the tribe or the housing authority being that initial borrower, because you're online, you're on the hook. It is a loan to the tribe, and it's 10 individual mortgages. It isn't one loan for 10 homes, it's 10 individual mortgages. So we've done onesie, twosie type projects, and we've done as many as 317 in one day. It took us about 9.5 hours to sign 317 loan packages with 7 signers and 5 notaries going at it all day. It's a little over 23,000 signatures in one day. So this gives you kind of a mindset of what can be done at onesie, twosie type projects up to 317 or more. So the 184 program is a guaranteed program to the lender. They say it's 100% guarantee for the lender, but nothing's ever 100%. So we do lose money when a foreclosure happens. We don't want a foreclosure to happen, so we try and do our best, working with local nonprofits and what have you, to make sure the credit counseling and that kind of stuff is done with the tribal members. Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Good morning, council administration, and all our visitors. My question is, my concern is with IHS. A lot of times they don't pay the bills when our tribal members are referred out for different types of medical care. And as a result of that, our tribal members end up with a bad credit. How does this program, how does that affect this program and getting a loan for housing?
Good question, and it's really one of the reasons why the 184 program was built, is because that is a very common thing that they've seen across the country. So if we can get a letter from IHS saying that Jewel was referred to Rapid City Regional, and they're responsible for the bill, we can look past that medical collection.
I see. Okay,
So that was one of the main reasons why the wiring board.
And I know we're gonna get into it, you know, a little later with Shorty's program there, but, the other question is, when you do these loans and you actually do the construction, everything's complete and the house, the agreements are made, now, are they normally built on, or in areas where the infrastructure is already there, water, sewer, all the power connections, everything? Or are they built out of that area? And it seems to me like that would be more costly. What have you experienced in the past dealing with that?
Both. So we've had cases where projects were done where water and sewer is present, and we've done most of our, on the reservation, we're bringing water and sewer to the site. So working with IHS, and if IHS doesn't provide it fast enough, individual homeowner can get a bid and have it installed themselves. So we finance everything from A to Z to make sure the house is turnkey. So it has to have a water and sewer and electrical connection. So if IHS or the tribe isn't helping in a specific area, the member can choose to finance those costs into the project costs. And the 184 program has a piece to it called a single close construction loan. So we're actually closing the permanent financing and your construction financing all in one closing. So you go to the title company, you sign your loan documents, your project starts, and your contractor can draw down as he completes phases of the project. We can't prepay him for any materials or anything like that. He's a progress payment only. So there's safety valves put in there, and there's reasons for those safety valves, because even though the safety valves that we have put in place, we still have sometimes a contractor and homeowner that don't get along, contractor leaves the project. So we've had both. So we can do
Okay. And I assume that it's more costly to build the whole infrastructure, you know, from scratch. Okay. And are we talking a lot of money there, or is it a savings to build in an area where the infrastructure is already there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And in the cases where IHS has stepped in and put in the well and or the septic, obviously those are cost savings, because I think if you think about it, I think a septic system today probably is running anywhere from $9,000 to $15,000 per unit. So if you take that out of the mix, that really helps the that.
So in other words, that would be added to, let's say, the individual applying that would be added to their loan with their, you know, what they're attempting to borrow for the build.
Yep.
The other question is, what's considered off-reservation land versus non-trust land. You said you build on both? Oh, okay. And the individual would have to obtain the lot or lots and then apply for that has to be in place first?
They can actually, we can do the transaction together. So if there's a lot for sale, that homeowner can get a contract with the seller of that lot and also have a contract with the contractor to build a home on the lot. We can do the closing for both. So it goes to closing, we pay the person off that owns the lot, and the construction dollars go into a construction draw account. So the current seller or current owner is taken out of the picture, and our tribal member is now the owner of that lot.
So in other words, let me see if I'm clear on this. So if there was a lot for sale out there, an individual can include that in on their loan package or application, and the purchase and everything would be done in that application.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we can go 97.75% of the appraised value or the cost to construct, whichever is less. So your down payment is 2.25% on anything over $49,999. If it's under that dollar amount, then it's 1.25%. We get a lot of people that misconstrue that down payment amount for the interest rate. We hear your interest rate is 2.25%. It's not true. That's the down payment. Okay?
Chair, one more question, I almost forgot. Yeah, and that, so how do you deal with fair market value of a lot or property versus price gouging? I mean, do you take a look at that? Have you run into it? I'm sure you probably have.
Got another great question.
Yeah.
So another great piece to the program. So typically in the appraisal world, or the appraisers go through certification and they're driven into them that they have to have comparable sales, 3 of them.
Okay.
3 comparable sales to similar product, the same type of house that you're trying to build or buy. With the 184 program, if there is no market comparables available. The market comparable, like I said, is a comparable property that you're trying to buy within the marketplace that you're trying to buy or build it in. With the 184 program, if there's no market comparables available, they can use what we call a cost approach approach for the appraisal. And typically, what they do there is they've got a database called Marshall and Swift. And those construction costs are plugged into a computer, and those construction costs are based on the state and the county, the average square foot cost in those areas. So they're not comparing Rosebud, South Dakota to Sioux Falls, or Rosebud, South Dakota to Wisconsin. It's your state, your county. What's the construction cost average per square foot in that county? They use that in the appraiser world. They come up with a value. Typically, that value is not lower than it needs to be, unless your contractor is really taking you for a ride on building that house, which could happen. But in terms today, obviously we've seen a severe increase of cost of materials, cost of labor, and that kind of stuff. The Marshall and Swift, I think, has adjusted for that, but we've also seen an influx of people coming into the state that are paying overvalued for what a property is really worth. But that typically doesn't happen on our reservations.
Okay, thank you.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Joe. I just have a question. So with, like for me recently, I just got a home site next to Callum. And I applied for a home ownership through SWA, and it says that that's prime farmland, even though TLE and BIA signed off on the lease, correct? So with HUD 184, does that limit those if we have, because a lot of our stuff is being deemed prime farmland by HUD, even though we're in, there's a house right next door, you know what I mean? So is that an issue with
Nope.
the loan?
Yeah, HUD doesn't even look at that, or the lender doesn't even look at that. As long as you got a home site lease, that is the HUD approved lease, that's all that matters. So we've carved out 2.5 acres in the middle of someone's agricultural lease or their farm lease.
As long as it's just approved through our land office and stuff? Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you.
And typically, you probably know this better than I do. Sometimes those people who have those leases don't like to see 2.5 acres come out of their
Right,
overall, what they're leasing from the tribe, but it happens. Using the home site purpose, right? So yeah, that isn't a hindrance at all. I'll be able to move forward, so. Good questions. So back to credit, around your medical collection stuff. Credit does matter in this program. You're not going to believe this, but credit score doesn't matter. I do care about what your credit score is, and you should, the tribal member should, because the better your interest rate is, the better your credit score is, the better your interest rate is going to be. But this program does not have a minimum standard for credit score. So I don't care if you don't have a credit score at all. It's easier to get people in homes that don't have any credit. You can use non-traditional credit in this program, meaning that, let's go back to the old 1883 auto sales, right? The Ritter was doing car loans for guys internally that not reporting to credit bureau. So some people have had several car loans with him. That's a non-traditional credit rates. We use Netflix. People have over 12 months of current payments with Netflix. So the program is really, it's not a plug Jewel Burnett's name and all this information into a computer system, get an answer back. We actually have real live people underwriting this program. It's not a computer generated type approval or denial at all. When it comes to construction, like I said, A to Z, turnkey. Manufactured homes obviously are a big deal in any country, just because the cost, even before our significant increases here in the past. One big thing about manufactured homes is we always are refereeing disputes between tribal member and dealership or manufacturer warranty versus dealership warranty. So understanding that and also having all exits covered by step and rail. If you're coming up higher than 2 rises on a step into the house, you have to have a step and railing system covered by each access. Some of our manufactured modular homes have 2 entrance doors with a 3rd sliding glass door. They all have to be covered with some type of deck and railing system. So that adds cost to your construction price. But it's a health and safety issue that HUD requires in the program. Any lender can participate in this program. It's the lender's choice. We just happen to be the largest lender in the country. We're doing about 50 to 60% of the volume nationwide. The next closest lender to us is about 14%. So all you know, I was at Wells Fargo for about 23 years. I left Wells Fargo in 2014. These guys were my #1 competitor. My boss was trying to get me to come to work for him for 2 years before I went to work for him. So after we left, obviously Wells Fargo was not in this business anymore. So me and my whole team went to First Travel Lending back in 2014. So USDA, although they don't require it, USDA is putting a full court press on trying to get more product and their product out in the Indian country, especially on trust land, because they're, sorry, Russell.
Welcome back. Kaya hii tunde wasichana tatizo hilo. I mean, all of you. Welcome back. I knew you since you were still a young man. But anyway, you said you left Wells Fargo, and you're with who? I didn't get the
First Travel Lending.
First Tribal Lending.
Yeah.
And who are they? And
We're a mortgage company. We're not a bank.
oh, okay.
So we just do home loans, residential lending. So
Yeah.
we're not a bank, so we don't do checking accounts or anything like that. Car loans, we just do straight home loans. That's all we do.
Okay. And you're based out of Sioux Falls?
Sioux Falls, yeah. And First Travel Lending is we're doing business as, what our mother company is called Click and Close. And Click and Close is based out of Addison, Texas, and it's owned by an individual named Jeff Bodie. So we got one guy that runs the whole company versus, big corporate office. So it's kind of nice working for a smaller outfit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So anyway, rural development has, I think, good things going on. They want to try and deploy more of their funds to Indian country. They've tried with the local office they have, but they just know they haven't had the impact that they'd like to have. So they have an MOU out there. It's not required. An MOU between the lender, the tribe, and rural development. I think the MOU is good. It doesn't tie the tribe into guaranteeing anything. I think it's more of an understanding of what's going to happen if something does go wrong with one of the units. Understanding the foreclosure process, what the tribe is expecting of the lender, what the lender is expecting of the tribe, and vice versa for rural development. So that MOU I can get shipped out to, I think I shared that with you right a while ago. So I'll have that in there. Economic development piece. But also Fannie and Freddie, like I said, Fannie Mae is basically given access to all of their conventional lending products in the country, but they also require an MOU. They're not willing to waive that MOU, so that's something if you want to discuss that, we can connect you with the people at Fannie Mae to have those discussions. Freddie Mac just informed us last week in Hawaii that they are hoping to launch their new product in the country, hopefully in June, July.
On the 7th.
7th June.
Joel, then, the tribe not having a garnishment clause is what's creating the need for the MOU, correct?
I can't say that about the MOU with USDA, and I don't know the particulars around the one with Fannie. So,
The housing symposium last year, that was a big issue working with the tribes, it was a barrier.
yeah. So, Rosebud obviously has a functioning court system here. And I know that you've heard foreclosure division procedures in the past. So I think that's a big piece. So, but that is a major, if not the #1 issue, is what's going to happen when foreclosure happens. When we're not dealing with the government entity guaranteeing the loan or the lender or what have you, the lender's at full risk. Most lenders are going to want to know what's going to happen, when the house does go to foreclosure. So I think it's only right, makes sense, The good thing with, so for those of you that don't know, when we have a leasehold mortgage, the lender or HUD or whoever does the loan only has rights to everything above ground. When we have a leasehold mortgage, the land can never be alienated, meaning it will never leave the tribe's name before foreclosure happens. So that's the nice thing about leases. We've had several cases where we've had family members, my family as an example, I've got 4 brothers, 4 sisters, right? Say we own 10 acres together. My 8 siblings would have to get together and say, we approve a lease for Jewel for 2.5 acres on our individual trust land. Then I can do a homestead lease, protects that land. So we have individuals who own the land themselves 100%. Those types of transactions are at risk for leaving the trust status, so we gotta be careful and counsel our tribal members who have that situation, and we do some of those. So in those cases, I think the tribe would be interested about making sure they protect those lands if something does happen. So I think it's important that the tribe's aware, you guys do have the right of first refusal with the 184 program, and I think you'll have the right of first refusal with these other programs that are coming out. The tribe gets notified when Jewel Burnett goes into default on his mortgage loan. You want to act on it. So lots of good steps in there to talk about, but the tribe has to be, I guess, at the table when something does happen. That's why I think it's important at the table from the very beginning, talking about the MOU and agreement that's in place if you're going to give access to those products to your tribal membership.
Brave.
Yeah, another question that just came up is, if the loan was defaulted on, can the tribe take over that loan, acquire that loan?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? I brought a number of pre-qualification packets here. We send them up to housing. I've sent some to Shar at Redco. These are for individuals. So if you have individual family members, tribal members that are interested in being part of what you're talking about with the 100 homes or the $22 million that you guys are trying to figure out the best use for, this is everybody's first step. Doesn't matter if you're from Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Gila River, Seminoles, this is the first step we take everybody through. Once they turn this information into us, we typically get a response back to that tribal member within 3 to 5 business days. We're either going to tell you you appear to qualify, for how much. This is where I've gotten in trouble, and I got in the most trouble ever from Julia Lambert. I know she's no longer with us, but we did a governor's home years ago for Julia Lambert. When she applied with me, I told her, I said, Grandma said you qualify for $250,000. She called me up and chewed me out. You can't make me borrow $250,000. So I had to explain to her, that's just what your ceiling is. You can do anything amount below that. So she felt better after having the conversation, but that does get people excited when we tell them they qualify for X amount. And a lot of our young borrowers, if we tell them they qualify for this amount, they won't try and spend that much. That's not what we're trying to tell you to do. Okay? So you're either going to get that letter telling us you appear to qualify and this is for how much, or you're going to get a letter saying you don't qualify and these are the reasons why, and we'll go into detail. If you want to talk more about that, give me a call back. And we have a lot of people that call us back because we deal with a lot of people who haven't seen their credit in a year or more. So it's always good to see your credit about every other year. Again, I think I was talking about credit score. Credit doesn't matter. Credit score doesn't matter. But it does matter when you get the interest rate. So if you got a credit score above 720, you're going to get the best rate that any lender has to offer. Same goes for if you walk into a car dealership, same thing. If you have a 720 or better credit score, you're going to get the best interest rate that car dealership has to offer. That's called risk-based pricing. There's some new regulations that just got responded to by the lending community and the tribes and housing authorities with HUD, this program. One of the things that HUD proposes is that they don't want the lenders to do credit risk rating anymore, credit score rating anymore. And I'm fine with that, risk-based pricing. We get away from risk-based pricing, it gets back to when I first got into this program. Didn't matter if you had an 800 credit score, if you had a 520 credit scores, everybody got the same rate. It's not fair to the guy who has 800, but everybody has the same rate. So that's what they want to get back to. I don't know how that will turn out, how everybody responded. I'm sure the tribes are all probably in favor of that, I would imagine. But there's a lot of hopefully good changes coming to the program that's going to make it easier, back to what it used to be before they made some changes around 2008, the program. So right now, the 184 program is not the easiest program to get into because they're about 9 or 10 years behind on their policies and their guidelines. But again, hopefully those change first quarter next year. So,
Russell, did you have another question, comment?
Yeah, I was asked to ask, what is the best interest rate right now? in this?
On a 30-year fixed, you're probably looking high fives, low sixes. So not as good as they used to be, because everybody's mind was trained back, during COVID, we were as low as 2 3/4. So people who haven't checked in a while, they're surprised about where the rates were. And we got as high as in the 7 1/4 range, there for a while. And the Fed was hiking rates there pretty consistently. But things are starting to come back down. They're projected to keep coming down. Hopefully by the end of the summer, first quarter next year, hopefully I'm hoping we're seeing low 4s again, high 3s. But I never thought we'd see 6% interest rates again. I never want to say never. I don't know that we'll see 2 3/4 again for a while. But when I first got into this program back in '99, I was writing deals at 9 1/4. So, seen everything in between. Said the nice thing is, I'm from here. You guys have another meeting, come back, talk about your economic development plan and whatever. Share, everybody knows that I'll come back whenever asked. So, if you guys just want to keep me informed as to what's going on and when you need me, happy to come back and talk more. So, appreciate the time. My contact information is in there. If you want to pull me aside and get a card afterwards, I'm pretty easy to find. Pretty easy to get a hold of.
Any more questions? Thank you, Jewel. We appreciate you coming down. Short notice. Just put them up here and we'll make sure they get to where we need them to get. Go around and shake people's hands. Jewel?
What's that?
We'll shake people's hands.
Good to see you again. Long time no see.
See you.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, good to see you. Thank you.
We'll get an extra loan application.
Yeah.
You should have asked me if I brought my check.
Good, yeah.
I just bought mine off Amazon 7.
Hey, do you want to go with Redco next? And Char, are you guys going to present something today or talk about what you guys do at Redco? I know you do a lot of, okay. Okay. Tommy, do you want to come next?
Good morning. Okay, thank you for asking me to bring it in. I'm Connie Grunge. I'm the executive director of Lakota Funds for one thing. Lakota Funds, just so you know, is still doing business loans, mostly ag loans or whatever. We're here to meet that need too. But today I'm here on behalf of Lakota Federal Credit. Well, two more things. We're here Lakota Federal Credit Union now has been approved to serve all of the Rosebud Reservation.
Okay.
And so I'm going to introduce Shayna Ferguson, who is my Lakota Federal Credit Union branch manager. So she'll come up and talk about the products that we offer for home ownership, the mortgage loans to purchase your homes. But I want to just say, first of all, also with the South Dakota Native Home Ownership Coalition, just so you know, Jules' product is excellent, to be honest. But the good news is this isn't a competition. This is all about making sure as many of your tribal members end up in home ownership, achieve home ownership as possible. And we are here, Shayna and I and the rest of Lakota Federal Credit Union staff, to help you with that process, even if we help you with, and we probably will, help you with the paperwork, because it's a heavy lift. This home ownership takes a lot, and the same with Brittany and Char back there, we already work with Tatanka Funds, Lakota Funds, and Lakota Federal Credit Union. We're going to be here on a weekly basis to start opening up accounts for Lakota Federal Credit Union. We're here to help each other, because it does take help from each other. And so I think it's really, really smart to make sure that you're including as many different loan products as possible, because not everybody is going to be a good fit for, it's not a one size fits all, right? You're not going to have everybody qualified for 184 or Lakota Federal Credit Union or the 502 loan. Maybe modest cost can help. The more you have to choose from, the better, but I just want to be sincere in why we're here, and it is to help your tribal members achieve homeownership. This is an excellent opportunity because the housing stock, right, the house itself is sometimes the hardest part. And if they already have that available right now, let us, we can help you with the rest. So just so you know, and now Shayna Ferguson is our Lakota Federal Credit Union branch manager. And she's going to share a little bit about Lakota Federal Credit Union, but also the fact that we're now doing mortgages, home loans. I'll try to keep quiet, but the last thing I'll say, I might add to what Shayna is going to talk about, is just with the South Dakota Native Homeownership Coalition, is that we're also going to have other tools that may help your tribal members. One that we're launching here in the next month or so is a statewide down payment assistance program, right? Because Jewel talked a little bit about what they require. It's a tiny amount for down payment assistance, but that's going to help everybody. And so that's where you want to get a hold of us. Again, any one of us are already members. Sure, you're familiar with the coalition. But we will be launching a new statewide down payment assistance program. And so keep that in mind, and we'll help provide as many resources as possible. And Shayna.
Good morning, thank you for having me today. So I'm Shayna Ferguson, I'm the manager and lead loan officer for the Lakota Federal Credit Union. You know, Jewel pretty much covered everything I was going to cover, so I'll just go and sit down. So it's hard to follow up on Jewel because Jewel is so awesome. You know, eventually down the road I would want to be as awesome as Jewel is. So we're pretty new to the mortgage scene, the homeownership scene. But what we're trying to do is cover all aspects. So, you know, we're like Jewel, we do risk basing as well. So it doesn't matter if you have a 520 or if you have a 740, whatever. We're looking at everything. If you have some credit issues, we're coming in, we're helping you clean that up. We offer consumer loans to kind of help with that, even with maybe some down payment assistance. But our main goal is to achieve homeownership, right? Every reservation throughout the U.S. struggles with that, especially our two reservations. And that's always the ultimate goal. We want to create homeownership. We want to make it possible. And with that, we have our mortgage products. We also do construction loans. We also do some mobile home lending as well, some home improvement lending. And that's something that we want to do. You know, we want to start helping out where we can. Tanya let me know last week you guys have a big, you know, home project going on. And I was excited about it. I wanted to come down and find out more about it and see what's going on and see where we can help. And Tanya's right, you know, our partnerships with Tatanka Fund, Mazaska, and all that is super important because we definitely will fill in where we need to fit in, you know, and she's right, it takes all of us as a team to get this done in both reservations, Pine Ridge and here. So I'm pretty excited about doing it. In order to see someone get their home is awesome. So far we've closed, I can't think how many we actually closed, but even just seeing that process and being a part of it for me was the most rewarding. We do trust land and fee simple land. Trust land is what we're dealing with right now. Our first few were fee simple, so it was a really smooth process. And I didn't realize that with doing trust land was a little bit more difficult, but my staff is awesome. They have the relationships with the BIA. We've been coming down here visiting TLE, trying to let people know who we are, what we want to do, make that relationship. So I'm really glad I got to be here today to kind of introduce myself to you guys and hopefully build a really good, strong working relationship so that way we can make it possible for everyone to be homeowners. Anybody have any questions? I know that was pretty quick, but Jewel, pretty much everything Jewel does, we do. The only difference between us, our loans aren't guaranteed loans, we hold them in portfolio. So whenever you're making a loan with us, you're opening your account with us, you're closing with us. When you're calling to make your payments, you're working with us. Everything's held in-house, so that's pretty much a little bit different. We're not on 184.
Right, but we are in the process actually to Lakota Federal Credit Union will become a HUD 184 guaranteed lender, will be a correspondent lender probably. Jewel mentioned the rural development, the 502 guarantee process. Lakota Federal Credit Union is now also officially has been approved to be a 502 guaranteed lender. That doesn't change anything on your side. What it does for the credit union is provides more access to loan capital to keep lending, basically. And so it gives us more options. The loans that we do, which are currently up to $200,000, we're hoping to increase that amount. We do the 30-year fixed rate term, but it'll give Lakota Federal Credit Union more options, more ways to serve your tribal members. We can keep, the fact that we can keep the loans in portfolio, in-house, provides us with more flexibility. And then for those that, you know, are good borrowers and have the credit score required and all of that, yes, with rural development, then those ones will provide the option for us to get the guarantee and sell it and get our loan capital back. So more options means that's more ways that we can assist your tribal members do more mortgage loans.
Any questions? Comments? Not, well, thank you for coming.
And I just left President Herman the flyer here that is just generally, and then if, the last thing I'll say is it would be good because Lakota Federal Credit Union is also approved a new program where we're waiving the $5 to open up an account with Lakota Federal Credit Union, which is the first step. Well, first, I mean, a home mortgage, you know, the mortgage process is important, but Lakota Federal Credit Union does auto loans that are still at, what, 5.5%, up to $50,000. Ways that you can be thinking about cleaning up your credit and the other needs you already have. So getting that account opened up is the first thing, and we're going to be down here every week now. I know we're over to SWA on the 31st, and then over at Tatanka Funds the next week. So if we could get something set up here, we could help with getting staff, employees set up with accounts if that's something you're interested in. Direct deposit, etc.
Okay.
Just makes it all easier.
Connie and Shayna, do you want to go around and shake hands?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're doing it without cash now, so we can be that much. Yes. Not free, just wasting the $5.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're taking that off.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for
We'll be
coming.
back.
Okay. All right, well, getting around to Tatanka Funds back there. Are you guys ready back there, Brittany? Or Bridget, or Brittany? Brittany.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us all be here. My name is Brittany Heisley. I'm the executive director of the Tatanka Funds. I've been up here for almost 2 years now. Been working really hard alongside Tawny and Shayna. They've been a light and an inspiration to continue the work up here. We don't do mortgage lending, and that's why it's great to have this resource here and to show the opportunity of different avenues for financing a home. What we do offer, and I ask that we could be the main resource of, is the financial literacy classes and the Pathways homeownership classes. Anybody that's interested, we always refer them out. We let Tawny know, or we let Shayna know, or we let Mazaska know, or we even let Jewel know, depending on what they want. To me, it's the option of the client for the best mortgage that they see fit for them and their family. At that moment, like I said, Tawny hit it on the head when she said that we can't do it without each other. It's a partnership. We can reach more people that way because, gosh, we're only a small team of 3 at the moment. And Tawny, I think, is a small team of 10 at least.
Shayna has more employees than all of us.
Shayna has the most, but we can't do it without each other, and I'm just glad that they're here, giving this resource out to our people and helping us along the way. And that's all I have. Any questions?
I got a few questions. I know Shar and you have been giving those home education classes. How's that going for you guys? Do you have a big turnout or financial literacy classes?
It's slowly growing. We started off, I think, with only like 5, and it continues to grow each time. Thankfully, with those that attend, they continue to go home and tell their family members. And so as we continue to offer the classes, it keeps growing.
And how often you offer the classes? I know you had a few over here in Annex, so how often do you offer those, and
Our goal
who do
is,
you contact, I guess? We're on the air, so.
you can contact Shar at the Redco office, but we try to offer it once a month depending on our schedules. We attend we have a lot of meetings, that we have to, go and include into. But Shar's our main lead on that, so she would be the best contact for the schedules.
Okay, any questions, comments?
We also put it on a social media page on Facebook
Okay.
and then on the website to talk about that work.
Scott, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So, in regard to homebuyer education, I can't stress or tell you how important it is that tribal members go through it if it's made readily available to them. The more educated our borrowers are, the better borrowers they are in the end. There's a lot in this whole process that is very intimidating. People tend to be scared to go into the bank and what have you, and talk with lenders. So the homebuyer education people that we have, and we're lucky to have these ladies here because where we have this set up and it's available, our borrowers are better for it. It's actually where we do more business across the nation when our tribes are involved in some way, shape, or form with the education piece. So the education part of this is our #1 hurdle, when it comes to getting through this process. It's just because of how intimidating it is and the number of layers that are involved in it. These homebuyer education counselors are worth their weight in gold. In my mind, we don't pay them enough to do what they do every day. You think about what they do every day, you guys kind of deal with a lot of negativity as a council, on a daily basis. That's what these counselors, they're dealing with people who have credit challenges and things like that. So it's a battle every day that they come into work. So, and I'm not just saying that, it's every education, homebuyer education person that exists out there nationwide. I mean, we just don't have enough of them. So appreciate their services.
Thank you, Joe. Hey, no questions? Well, you got a question? No. Hey, you want to shake it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Tanja?
Yeah, well, sure.
I just logged in. Would you like me to share the presentation or as far as the economic development? Committee?
Yeah, that would be great. We have Lenny here. Is that your name, Lenny? From, wait.
Yeah, it'd be good for him to sit in because we have some questions for him.
And we have Shorty here because I know a lot of the funds that we allowed for the house, building the houses and stuff, we allowed for infrastructure type building too. So I don't know. I'd like to hear from Shorty sometime today too. And then I think those two gentlemen are there probably as far as HDC, where they're at, with how many houses and how it's going up there, to kind of give a council report as far as how it's going up there and how fast they're kicking them out. I think the first 5 here are ready to roll out to St. Francis here pretty quick, right, Lenny?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could do the presentation next because I think they need to be like involved in the presentation. And there's questions in there and specific things that we as a committee need clarification from.
Okay.
Which is why we wanted to have that special meeting on the 9th.
Okay, sounds good. You got the floor, you can do it. Are you hooking up to the big screen?
All right, council, so far the Economic Development Committee has been working on this. We've had a lot of conversations, but just to go forward, I want you to know there's a lot of information that we haven't received yet that we still need to get. And this is just our recommendation, because we wanted to come to the committee with something fully developed and ready. But to start out, this is our suggested target market, the reservation workforce, veterans, and young people. And we have it broken down here for the reservation workforce is the RST employees, the chartered entities, the health programs. I have IHS and health up there because there's like DaVita and other entities that are here that aren't necessarily linked to IHS, and BIA, and any other that the council would like to include. Also, we have the veterans and the working young people of the reservation. We really wanted to focus on them and get them moving forward into homeownership. The local workforce is our target market for several reasons. The majority do not qualify for SWA homes because of their income. And we want to support our working population for the contributions that they provide, working and shopping locally. And the example that I put on here is like the general account, right? It's funded mostly by sales tax. And 60% of that sales tax comes from food tax, which is from the working population who is buying food locally here. So they're contributing back to our programs that general account funds, all of the donations the general account gives out, and the medical travel. So I really feel it's important, the committee feels it's important to incentivize them and to create an environment of opportunities for people who work and have jobs contrary to Section 8 or SWA that incentivizes low income. We want to encourage our working population to get a job and help contribute to our local economy. These are the suggested home ownership or rental. We have an option for our tribal members to do a mortgage. We wanted to include a rent to own. That's going to be a little tricky, but I'll get to that. And then the rental properties in general, which can contribute to the 105 leasing program, or they can coincide with the rent to own revenue base there. So for the first one, the mortgages, here we have the potential lenders are HUD 184, Mazaska, Lakota Federal Credit Union, and Lakota Funds. I put Lakota Funds, but I'm not sure if they do mortgages.
We don't, just the credit union.
Okay, so we'll take that one off of there. The criteria for all of these will be a Pathways to Homeownership course. The credit score will differ based on the lender, but thanks to Jules' clarification today, that won't really matter. It just helps with the, I can't even think today, percentage base there. The interest rate. They'll take a preventative maintenance course, annual maintenance course, and foreclosure prevention classes. Over here in this top right corner, this data is just approximate because, like I said, we don't have the information for cost per square foot. And this is, calculated with the 2 million, using 15 million of it, cost per square foot. We could possibly do this many homes here, this many 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 and 1, just for the mortgage homes. There will still be more homes for the other 2 that we'll get to. So like I said, that's some of the data that we need from Lenny. The rent to own, these ones will be rent to own by tribal members or tribal employees or charters who are longtime employees. The criteria will be that we could payroll deduct, do a mandatory payroll deduction for their rent. We'll strike the credit score there. Well, it's up to the council because this one's going to be a rent to own and it's not going to be determined by the lenders. It'll be us putting up the money, not putting up the money, but just letting them rent to own the house. If the employee has bad credit, they can show proof of like TELP payments or some sort of payroll deduction that they've done in the past, showing that they have the ability to pay, which is what the credit scores usually does. But we all know that things differ for people because of the medical bills and whatnot. The They'll also be required to take preventative maintenance courses, annual maintenance courses, pathways to homeownership, and semi-annual inspections. And all of this is just a starting base, so it's flexible. And the number of houses are the same here and still based on that square footage of 120 square feet. That may be higher, it may be lower. And then the 105 leasing, these ones will also be required to take the pathways, and these ones will be quarterly inspections, weatherization classes, weatherization maintenance, and a rental agreement. So those are the 3 categories there. How many houses per community? We still need data for this. We need data regarding the existing infrastructure from burnouts and the older homes. And so the last bullet there, we wanted to visit with Solo and the Land and Natural Committee because there's like transitional houses that are just the infrastructure, not even infrastructure, just like a skeleton standing there. What do we do with those? Do we buy them back from tribal members for $500 and revoke the lease, or do we give them an opportunity to purchase one of the houses? What do we do if it's in probate? So there's just a lot of discussion that needs to happen there as far as the like old Sioux 400s and old transitional houses that are just sitting around. We need to get more data here. And I believe you said Brian might have the data on the burnouts?
Brian is supposed to collect the data from the Solo office and how many burnouts there are. We did a lot of money for cleanup of the burnouts. We still have to contract somebody or however we're going to decide to do that to clean them up, so make them available once they're identified. So it's money that needs to, for cleanup that needs to be done.
Okay.
And I think some of the community members are asking for that to be done as far as their cleanup activity in the summer. Jordan was asking about that earlier part of the month, that we do need to get on that, so. Yeah.
I know some of the leases here in Rosebud that have empty lots are still leased to the BIA, so even issues like that we need to focus on. So that still needs to happen.
Go ahead, ladies first.
Do you want to go first? Oh. I was just going to offer a little bit of my experience, Lakota Funds, with our Eagle Nest housing. So Lakota Funds back in 1999, I think, started a rent-to-own, which was Eagle Nest housing, 30 units of homes that were supposed to be rent-to-own. And $2.5 million later in renovations and repairs after those tenants move out. You have to be very careful, just what I've learned. And we have, since then, there was a LIHTC project. And so once those LIHTC restrictions were released, and that was in 2016, it's taken us this long before we finally have some of those homes. All of those homes have been sold, but very few of them to the actual tenants. Just not interested in home ownership, and in the meantime, it costs a lot to keep up with renovations and repairs every time somebody moves out there trashed.
Okay. Thank you.
Sherry, what I was going to say in regard to your slide here, it's good to see that you brought this up, just so you're aware, and the council's aware that in most mortgage programs, especially the lenders who sell their mortgages off the secondary market, other units located within the legal description. So if you have an old Sioux 400 and they're putting a new house somewhere on the same 2.5 acres, that Sioux 400 has to meet FHA standards. So if there's cracked, peeling paint, broken windows, things like that, that property, that other house, that other structure needs to be up to FHA standards. So it may cause troubles with the mortgage lender if that other unit is not, in good shape.
Okay. So. Thank you. So yeah, we do need to create a
Sure,
plan.
Steve had a question.
One of the things I'd like to include in there that I didn't see yet is number of vacant lots per community. Because example is Butte Creek, we have, half the community is vacant lots, and the infrastructure, everything's right there. So maybe we can do a study on that per community and see actually how many vacant lots are out there that we could utilize in the future.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And that's why I keep bothering the BIA when they come about the number of existing home sites that are out. That's one of the reasons why. So it is a part of the information. So thank you. I guess I just didn't include it in the slide, so I will.
Not to change the subject, but another question came up, and what about apartments type settings? Do you fund them? Have you ever worked in that direction?
So 184 allows 1 to 4 unit dwellings, meaning you can do duplexes, threeplexes, and fourplexes. So anything outside of a fourplex we can't do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what about if the tribe decided to go in with a large apartment complex, would that even qualify?
Not under 184 and any of the programs I offer.
Okay.
George, comment?
Just to respond to you, so correct me if I'm wrong, Jewel, but our SWA could go forward and turn around and apply for a loan through HUD 184 and build those apartment complexes. Essentially.
Up to a fourplex.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, 184 only allows up to a fourplex.
Okay. Because we was, at our meeting a couple months ago, that's what was kind of new to us, that SWA could go forward and apply for that loan and then essentially build a apartment complex, but thank you for clarifying that.
But you could have 24 plexes
Right,
in a development, and that would qualify. So,
thank you.
So just to put this out there, it's kind of at the end of the presentation, but if we make enough money off of the mortgaging with the markup on the homes, we can use that money, and the recommendation from the committee is to turn around and build an elder complex or apartment complex, or even like a transitional type of a homeless community, where by homeless, by transitional I mean like a place where they can be temporarily until they're moved into a permanent house. So those are some of the suggestions that the committee's gonna have. So the next slide is, this is just a conceptual idea, but we were wondering, how is the tribe gonna manage this? How's the tribe gonna be a mortgager? How's the tribe gonna collect the money? What are we gonna have to do? How much is that gonna cost? And Redco was at our meeting when we were discussing it, and they have Rosebud Facilities Management. So we were considering possibly drafting an agreement with Rosebud Facilities Management to collect payments, make the repairs, and use the profits from the rentals and the mortgages to continue to build and work with OHDC. Then it will cut the tribe out, and the tribe will just collect their money and not have to do any of that work, and we can just go back to government and let the economic arm do their job for us. And this is where the future builds of the apartments, elder complex, homeless village, tiny homes, and even log homes. I know that Kenny Hawkins with forestry, it's really been one of his dreams to utilize our own timber, because they can harvest up to 720,000 board feet per year and build log home kits. So that's another option. And if we're using our local resources, then the cost to build a home is gonna go down. I know that he is getting a kiln and a few other things to make that possible. So I don't think it's out of reach. I think it's something we can do. And also for them to do sustainable energy research and tax credit capabilities for these homes. We had somebody present to us about fuel cells. We've had a lot of people come talk about like solar energy, and there's so much money out there right now by the government to put these on your homes, and you'll get these tax credits. So eventually they'll basically pay for themselves, and with the tax credit, you'll come up ahead. So those are just things that I think that Rosebud Facilities Management could look into. Other discussion topics are the high costs of, with the high costs of building materials. Inflation in an unsteady market causes the cost of buildings to be extremely high, because 120 feet $120, per square foot. That's high for South Dakota in the past couple of years, and now some might even say that's low. But there's some things we can do to keep these homes affordable, but just remember that it's gonna result in a loss. Not that we won't have money when we're done, but we're just not gonna have as much of a return on investment that we could if we sell them at full price. But we could offer a subsidy. We could utilize some of the money for the build for a subsidy, or we could do what SWA does and establish a ceiling price. Like, this house isn't gonna go over, a 4-bedroom isn't gonna go over this amount of dollars, or a 1-bedroom isn't gonna exceed this cost. And, but just remember that that will result in a loss, and I'm not against that. I just think that, it's something we could consider for our membership. So we have a lot of unanswered questions. So with OHDC, can they build all these homes by the deadline, which is what, 2026, 25? Can you build 100 homes, 100, yeah.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Possibly, because I'm just working on the workforce. See, I'm new here at Rosebud, and I'm used to working by Ridge, but I'm here now. And I see what we have to do here, and I'm looking at the workforce. We gotta build up that workforce. We get the right people, we'll get the right wages for them. And you look at the cost of houses, I hear you guys talking about that. I just told Shorty, I said, I used to build 2 houses for the price of 1 house over here, materials wise. And you get A&E services and stuff, but I'm pretty sure we get this workforce going just right, which I'm doing. I'm doing a lot of training, looking for lead carpenters and stuff. And I'm slowly picking them up, and we just started this bill, so I'm pretty sure we could get to that point where we just start turning these out. These first 5 are ready, but probably in a couple week or 2. We're gonna roll up, we're gonna bring 5 more in it, but we're gonna keep going, but the workforce is gonna keep growing, so in our budget, that's the plan.
Okay. I guess the only concern I have is like if you can't get the workforce or they can't get them done, because I know those 4 houses took a few months, or 2 months, was it 2 months? So there's other factories that are out there that we could reach out to, like Dynamic Homes through Ho-Chunk. I think there's even one in Fulton, South Dakota. Siston has one, but also there's this project that I've been talking about for over a year, and I know you're aware of it, Itancha, is the Mikasita homes. Now those are grow homes, and they can be built super cheap, and they can be built up to, I think, 3 or 4 bedrooms. But the basic house, which is kind of like an L shape, and if the council knows all those little trailers that are beside SWA, have you driven by and seen those? The Mikasita homes would be like 2 of those put together. And you can do it in like an L shape or a T shape. And they go up super quick. But there's some criteria around that I'm hoping to work with the South Dakota Native Homeownership Coalition to talk about the franchising fee and all of that. But there's another alternative too. If we don't want to go with the Mikasita homes, we could do something similar that's a tiny home in a small quick build that could be built with like 1 experienced person and like 2 people that are in training. So just want to keep the options out there for you all.
I had a question for Lenny. Lenny, now the housing plan that you have right now is for 3-bedroom? Is that what you're building?
Yeah, we're starting with 3 bedrooms, basically a pilot project.
Would you have plans for, if we reduce the size of the houses to 2 and 1, would that be a problem?
No problem.
No problem at all, huh? Okay.
And if we, well, oh wait, okay. And there's like a big issue that I have, and I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but with OHDC, if they're making a profit. Now, I don't care if you guys are making a profit, it's good if you are, but I guess we as a council need to think about how we're moving forward with that. So if they're gonna make a profit, are we lending them the money at a certain percentage so they can make a profit and then they're gonna reimburse us? Or are we mobilizing them, we can do a cost share with them? So those are things that we haven't got to work out yet, but we need to, because where in the world can a business just get all this money to pay their employees and bring all this material in and build something and make a profit? Nowhere. So we need to be thinking like business people here too, even though they're one of our subsidiaries, we don't do that for anybody else. So, no offense, Lenny. I wanted to get the cost per square foot nailed down, because if we decide on the amount of homes that we're gonna get, then we can bulk order, and then we can bring that cost down. Then we'll know exactly what our tribal members are gonna be paying. So, let's see. And I guess I didn't get to finish this, that's why it's white. So this is how far we got on the planning process. But we just have other questions about moving and the water and sewer portion. I know when I visited Swift Bear community, they're really concerned if their sewer, their septic system over there would be able to handle it, what that's gonna cause and how much work that's gonna bring to our water and sewer department. So that's why I'm glad Shorty's here.
You want to speak to that, Shorty?
I would. So these 100 homes, you know, we're ultimately going to end up with units in everybody's community, as I understood. Initially, we talked about building a development, and now we're, I think, narrowing it down to 5, almost 5 in everybody's community to make it fair. I understand if that's still the plan. That's why we're looking at burnouts, existing lots, maybe new construction on new lots, new home assignments. Whoever applies and eligible, whoever's going to get these loans. But to answer the question about if we can handle 5 more units in an existing community, I would say that we're 100% ready and able to basically accept 5 more running units. I don't think there's a community out there that is not ready to accept 5 more units. So we're constantly upgrading. I know this year the city of Mission, who I would think is eligible, you know, for any 5 new homeowners could accept some. But we're renovating that system right now. The Valley, Soldier Hill, Low Rent is also getting renovated. Spring Creek's on the list for renovation. We're trying to get rid of that system that we have down there. We're kind of boxed ourselves in, you know, with all that, but we'll figure it out. Engineering, we're looking at some stuff down there. I would say with high level of confidence that our sewer systems and water systems will accept new builds in all communities. And everyone knows a lot of our communities are at 50-60% occupancy, some of them. We got board ups, burnouts, so we get rid of those, move those out of the way, and they'll be more than able to accept some new build. So I'm confident that we can handle any of that new construction.
Okay, thank you. That one of our concerns also was like the population per community. We didn't want to just do 5 in each community. We want to go by population and need. So there's kind of a need assessment. Oh, hey. There's a needs assessment that needs to be done, and I think that if we could task somebody with that, we possibly get that done here and before all the houses start getting moved in. With our own workforce too, we have the resources there to reach out to them and see what communities they live in and collect data that way and see who's like rental ready or mortgage ready, and we can push them off to Chautauqua funds, who can then push them off to the other lenders. But
if I could also getting back to the loan discussion, as long as I'm talking about water and sewer, I want to throw this out there. The confirmation, what we've already known too, and Jewel and the other lenders know this, that the IHS funds for sanitary services, whether it be the wells or the rural water, the septic systems, whatever we need to do to make these homes function, that funding is available to these homeowners. And it was, I asked a question that specifically says mortgage is guaranteed by HUD under the Section 184 of the Housing and Community Development Act of '92, and others provided the home is entitled solely in the occupant's name. So as long as the deeds and the home assignment leases and stuff are all legit, we can fund those through Indian Health Services funding. And that takes a huge amount off of these loans that the homeowner, the prospective buyer, doesn't have to finance that amount. And, you know, the department's always been helpful, I think, in getting these homeowners, prospective buyers ready for that. So we'd rather see them spend IHS's money than to go borrow and pay 5 or 6% on a sewer system. Jewel, everybody knows this, some of them systems nowadays with the materials high, 15 to 20 grand is not uncommon. We drilled a well, cost us $30,000 to a buyer that had to live out in the country, you know, wanted to be there. We have rural water everywhere, so we'll hopefully see some of these developments and these new homes. I'd like to see them around infrastructure that we already have. That would keep the cost down as well.
Great.
But to the applicants, you know, they need to know that we're there for them to push paper and to get their houses served.
Could you talk a little bit about like adding on to an existing community? Like say we're gonna add 5 houses onto an existing community versus doing 5 scattered site houses?
Okay. How it normally works, hydraulically, you know, we'll send that off to engineering. They're gonna tell us whether our system can compensate for that addition. I don't see normally any problem with that because we do overbuild for such instances. Engineering will also, Indian Health can also add on, you know, to like a subdivision off the outskirts of an existing community. We can add infrastructure to that to bring it into what we already have and make the sewer flow, make the water run to those outlying additions, as you call them. So I don't foresee that. You know, we're coming in here this year. We have 5 earmarked projects that met the high score for sanitation deficiencies. So we're constantly looking at those, making sure that we have enough where we need it.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that question is I wanted the council to know that as an economic development committee, we're not just thinking about getting these homes here and getting people homes, but we're also trying to be cognitive of the fact that there are grazing lands out there. There are lands used for agricultural purposes, and if the tribe does someday want to start a farm or start some sort of a ranch or move the existing ranches that we have, we want to make sure that, or we have individuals who want to start businesses, that we're not encroaching on all of that land with scattered site homes. And I really, in my opinion and the research that I've done, community living is really good because you can support specific things that you can't through scattered sites. You can support transportation, transit. You can have community shared spaces, parks, like, you know how you can put up like a little shade and everyone can come share that space. So playgrounds, all these shared spaces I think would be good. And also creating a mixture of income within the communities also helps bring down crime rates. So those are just things that I really wanted to emphasize on because I want this project that this council does and has approved of to really be successful, and I want us to make sure that we've thought of all things that affect everybody. So, and wouldn't it be quicker to hook up 5 people that are adjacent to a community rather than 5 scattered sites?
I think the time frame could be equal, I guess, if you look at the overall amount of work needed. You know, our guys can slam those individual sites fairly rapidly. The hard part is securing the funds and checking all the boxes on IHS's list. You know, they're going to want the home there on site. If not, they want a target date. You know, if you have your loan approved and you say, well, it's going to be delivered on September 1st, Indian Health's going to have all their checklists together. They can start the design, so when the home does show up, we have a work order that's ready to be processed. Sometimes those community system upgrades, as it would be, there's more red tape involved than there is to actually do the construction. Once we get the work orders, it doesn't take long to ramrod those jobs.
Okay.
Getting it in our hands and securing the dollars to match, what we're doing is sometimes the biggest challenge of all. The work's easy. It's the other part of it, the
funding.
bureaucracy and the red tape takes way longer than the actual job.
Okay. And then the last thing I have for the council, as far as what research we've done, and this is again at $120 per square foot. We could do 21 4-bedroom homes, 30 3-bedroom homes, 50 2-bedrooms, and 55 1-bedrooms, which would make this a 156 homes project and not 100 homes. And that's, like I said, that cost fluctuates, so that price will fluctuate, and that's going to be a total of $16,908,000 to do that many homes at that cost per square foot, not including infrastructure, not including moving costs. And I have this all plugged into a spreadsheet where it's all interchangeable. So let's say Lenny tells us that it's going to cost $150 per square foot. Then it'll change the price for all of these. Or if it was $80 per square foot. So we have this working sheet here that we can change around based on the data we get, and we'll know exactly how many homes we can actually make after we get that data from OHDC.
Can I say something? Those prices are really gonna fluctuate, because I was just telling Shorty, that we used to build houses this size, 2 houses for the price of what the materials are on this house, and the labor part too. The labor part of it too, see what I'm trying to do is, get these guys straight so we can bring those prices down so that we see a cost. And everybody talks about a profit in these houses, but if you see there's a profit, I see profits this other way. The faster, if you get a schedule there, see, I bid these houses just like a regular contractor, because that's what I've been back in the day. If you bid them like a regular contractor, I'm right there in the ballpark. So those prices, when they come up labor and everything all together, if you get those houses done in half the time of what you say in the labor part, that's the labor part. I see a lot of contractors say, I'm gonna throw 10% in there, so for your labor costs. That's not labor. If you get it done like that, and you figure you get that house done at that certain time, and you do come in way ahead of time, that's the profit.
What is it costing you now per square foot?
Right now, we don't know. We're just not, see, we still got other prices coming up, and we're working on, this is a pilot project for this first 5. So we're trying to bring those prices down as I get people, more and more people aboard, because I don't know what's going on.
Thank you. I guess another point too that I like is that that's 156 homes right now, but eventually when we continue to make this profit, we're going to be allowed to build more homes essentially, because it's going to be a revolving door, right? That money is going to be going somewhere and we're going to store it back, and then we'll be able to build more homes. So that 156 number is just right now. But in long-term goals, that's a self-sustaining for OHDC as well as our tribal members, because that's going to allow to create those homes in the future and allow them to be able to purchase those homes. So we can't just think about, like, right now it's 156 homes, but in 5, 6, 7 years, 10 years, that could be double that amount, because we're always going to have that. It's always going to be, and if it works out the way it should be, it's just going to be a constant flow of money and a constant flow of houses. That way then our people have that capability to be homeowners and get out of SWA units.
And that price leaves $6 million on the table for moving costs, foundations, and whatnot. And then those are other things too that we need to talk about at committee level is the foundations. Are we going to contract a specific company or 3 specific companies and lock in a price for even the people getting mortgages, So that way everyone's reaping the benefits of the bulk purchasing. And I think we could lock down your costs if we know exactly how many houses you can build, so we can purchase all the material if you have a place to store it.
Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think, your committee is on track, you know, and I would, in the future, gather these people and come out with a really good workable solution for all our people, whether they're mortgaging or just paying outright rent. You know, I mean, those ideas are good. And, you know, I remember when we got that big chunk of money here, millions of dollars, I said, we should start a training program.
Yeah.
I said, we should train plumbers and carpenters and roofers, the whole 9 yards, and pay them. So that when the time comes, this guy don't have to be redoing all this stuff. I mean, that's happening. And we should have done that because it would have put a workforce out there for him instead of him reinventing the wheel. You know, there's a lot of things we should have done. And I said that here, but, you know, maybe we weren't paying attention, or maybe it was just Russell speaking too loud. But anyway, you know, it needs to happen. We have the workforce. We just need to train them, you know, for this guy here, or anybody else. So I would continue, all the questions that you have, sit down with all these people and come up with some solutions and answers and give us a good plan here. But I'm getting hungry.
Sheriff, is that the end of your presentation? Thank you very much for doing what you did. I mean, as far as getting it here, and I know you wasn't quite ready for it, but it worked out really well. And you just need to get it to the next level, finalize it, bring it back to the council for final approval. So we'll do that in the near future. Thank everybody for coming, explaining what they do. We're certainly going to get a hold of you guys in the near future. So thank you for coming. But if we can have Russell say the milk prayer since he's assimilated.
Since I mentioned it. Oiga, Dakshila, na accomplish wota kwe manchapa yampi kon ampete ki le hoyo ni chapi. Oiga le ampete ki hof ni
discussion on housing development, where we were gonna get back on our regular agenda, so, last time we left off on constitutional officers, we had the secretary's report, we had the vice president report. Pam?
Yeah, Chairman, Constable, I can't really say we had a discussion because all we listened to was presentation of things that were suggested on what to do. And I think that, we as a council should have a discussion on what we thought, give our opinions on Sherry's, her presentation on, what she thought could work for us. We didn't get to really have no kind of real discussion, I guess, so.
We can do that, because I went to Winter Community, their meeting up there, and they were asking for housing down in Ideal too, so, maybe it's the time we should do that before we get back on the regular agenda, talk about the ideas that we had, the presentation, and we're gonna go forward. What do you guys want to do going forward? So, I thought it was a good presentation. Thank you, Chair, again. Gives us an idea where we need to go. We just need to finalize it. After you guys have your discussion, we can take it back and finalize it, bring it back to something. But go ahead, Pam.
Well, I guess that was one of the reasons why I wanted SWA here. I mean, anybody from up there to be here. Because, we have, I believe it's 149 boarded up units, is it, Jordan?
104.
104? And, we talk about this stuff with these homes that we have now. I would really like to see us understand what's going on at SWA for us to have 104 houses boarded up. At one time that was down to like 50 some houses. And I don't know if it's just all meth that's bringing that about, that we're at that high level, but SWA needs to advise us, or not advise, but let us know exactly why they're having a problem up there with having so much units boarded up. We have families that we all know that tripled up within homes. We need to get a handle on that. Bringing in new homes, we need to come up with some kind of, if we're going to go with the home ownership way. My intent of my motion when I originally made it was so that all communities would be equal. Everybody would get equal amount of houses. And I understand that Chair was talking about this study of maybe using population, but when you get to that, you have Rosebud and Antelope that are the high ones, and they're always going to have that need. But we're pulling from our small communities and putting them in places that they don't want to be. So like right now, you can say like Spring Creek, I can say Spring Creek really needs homes. But because we don't have none down there, we have them people applying for homes out to the village, and they don't want to be at the village. They want to stay in Spring Creek, but they're out there. Then it comes back around to the voting. Do they vote out there, or do they stay part of Spring Creek because they're trying to stay on that housing list to stay for an upcoming home in Spring Creek? There's those types of things that, we need to have discussion on also. So, I don't know, I guess that's why I thought that it'd be good to have housing here to kind of give us a thing of whatever they're gonna do, as far as what homes they do have boarded up. And for these new homes, I think we all need to have input as far as, where are we trying to go? Because right now we got 5 of them gonna come out. They're going to St. Francis Indian School, and I know it was mentioned here about how they were going to pay that back, but it was just mentioned. We never did nothing in black and white. We never approved of anything for that to happen.
but it happened, and I know you said you were gonna get a resolution together for that.
No, we approved it here. I just gotta find the motion or resolution that approved it, because we did approve it here that the first 5 were going to St. Francis under 105 leasing, so
Okay,
it was already.
that one is already approved?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are my
You
opinions.
know, with the boarded up housing for SWA, that's a big concern. That's why this whole priority for homeless people became an issue when you first got ARPA money in. That was a concern back then, so that's why we allowed $4 million of the ARPA money to go towards helping them fix those houses up. And we gave enough to housing, or actually we gave enough to the ARPA construction office to be able to fix up 41 units to help SWA out, get some people back in those houses. And so as far as contracting and getting people to do that, I don't think we even started yet. We made a priority to get some of those houses fixed up so they can, when they do go in and fix up, going to renovate people's houses, they have someplace to put them while they're renovating their houses. So there's that plan in place. We just need to move a little bit quicker with it. I don't know what you guys thinking about the presentation, how if you want to go with some type of financing for these workers that are these guys, the young families that work and want a house, have a home ownership house, or if you want to go to rent to own, or what you guys want to do with it. But I really thought the presentation was good. The ideas of that Sheriff put together was right on with what these guys presented here. So it's up to you guys what you want to do with them. I heard some suggestions in winter that they wanted 5 houses in ideal. And and I know Steve Bray wants his houses out there too, so, but Steve?
Same here.
I have a comment and the thought. As everybody recalls that years back we went to court with the state, and the result of that was the reservation boundaries were shrunk to the area of just Todd County alone. Basically lost a lot of counties, but I'm not sure what the exact reasoning for that was or why that decision came down the way it did. But one of the things I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, or you can add to this, but was population and also land base. So that's why I always advocate for these outlying communities, because they're being squeezed into non-existence. And that's how we lost this case to begin with. And so when we have housing, we have I'm just going to use Boot Creek for an example. There's a waiting list. People want to move home to their respective communities, but because we were practically squeezed into non-existence, that over the years it looks like we've been left out of housing. There's not many new houses that have been built out there in our area over the years. And so what's going to happen is, sooner or later, if this continues on its present trend, it's starting to reverse a little bit now. People are starting to move home. The Teosways are starting to come back together and grow again. But what's going to happen if we continue the same trend of people leaving these communities? And one of the big reasons is because of housing, lack of housing, and that community becomes non-existent. I'm sure the Washito out there who wants all our land would really like that. And who's to say, maybe that was the original intent. Because growing up in my community, there was a lot of racism. And then moving back, I seen how much it shrunk. And over the years, transporting my mother back and forth to her appointments, she used to tell me over and over again, all these used to be Indian homes out here. They used to just be scattered across the field. All this was in our control at one time, was Indian land. But yet, now because lack of housing is one problem. I'd like to go back to bat for these outlying communities, building houses out there and let that grow again. Who's to say if our population grows out there again, our land base grows out there again, we can go back to court and visit that case and get our recognition of those lands being the original bound, or some of the boundaries of our tribe. So that is something I'd like to see. So don't leave us out in the outlying communities when it comes to housing. Thank you.
George and Sheriff.
I guess just to respond a little bit, so SWA only has a certain amount of leases within our communities, right? So like Grass Mountain, for instance, that's the only place that they can build homes. And this year alone, we finally got funding to build 4 new homes. But those are home ownerships. HUD never gives us additional money to build more low rent units. So all the USDA stuff that you see out to the village, that was a loan, right? Or a grant that built those for us. But we're paying back. So I guess we have to really think about where we're gonna put them if we're running out of land within our communities, right? Because I know Sherry's community, they don't have very many home site leases, so I'm sure smaller communities that are smaller than Sherry with smaller land bases is probably in the same category. I mean, there's just gonna be longer discussions when we're talking about land than just, well, how come SWA don't build more homes? We don't have the land to either. I mean, honestly, like, where do you want us to put them? Antelope don't have any more lots in our low rental side. Whitehorse doesn't. So everything else is all just home ownership lots. But even then, HUD comes and tells us like, oh, that's prime grass or prime farmland, right? But our TLE office tells me different. So that's why I asked that question today, because it's confusing. To me, it was confusing, and I didn't even sit on SWA. Well, how come HUD is giving me this letter saying that I can't live there, but my TLE, my land office said I can? So imagine that for somebody else who's trying to go ahead and get land for a home site. I guess I just don't know how else to fix it. We're having issues with people bidding. Our inspectors give us a ballpark number for a repair for a house, and heck, one in Ideal was $150,000, and a bid came in for $100,000 over that. Housing can't pay that much of a difference. So then we put it out again, and the next time it was $150,000 over. $300,000 house to get repaired. It was a split level out there. It's still boarded up. I don't know how to remedy those things when it's an issue across the board, all across the state, all across the nation, but I mean, we're all aware of those things. I mean, if you guys have different ways to help me and I can take those ideas back to SWA and we can hash them out there, but I mean, it's a problem. I've asked them to start putting out ballpark numbers for how much it costs to rehab a meth house and how much it costs to rehab a regular wear and tear house. Because those are big difference numbers, because how many times they have to go in and make sure that house is at 0 before they can move in. Sometimes we even take that away. If somebody's homeless and they want to move in, we just have them sign a waiver saying that it's still testing positive at this amount, and then sign a waiver just so they can move in. That stuff happens too, but I mean, I don't know what the remedies are, how to fix those things, because we're all just constantly trying to put out baby fires within our communities instead of trying to figure out a bigger picture of how to create more homes and create more jobs for our people and sustain them. But I guess it's frustrating because I sit on that board and you try to like have both sides, right? Like, all right, we need to do this, this, and this, but it's easier said than done because we don't have the workforce either. We don't have all the material. Like half of a house is all the way done, but we can't finish it because we need the windows. Those are on back order. That happens too. Our doors or the trim, things like that. I mean, I guess I'm just looking for answers, or if you guys have suggestions, like talk to me about them, because I'm always willing to learn new things or different ways that I can try to make that place better.
Sheriff and Steve. Sorry, Steve.
I guess I just want to address the issue of the survey and the needs assessment. I know that a lot of times the small communities stand up and you say you feel like you're left out and you're excluded. Things need to be fair, and then we do things like $1,000 for all the powwows for each community. But that isn't fair. It's not fair to my community when there's more people here. And I'm not saying I want to leave out any communities. I want all the communities included. I want this to be something where, scarcity is real, and it's difficult because it puts us against each other. And I don't want it to be like the youth center. Well, we ain't gonna get that because we don't have access to it, so nobody's gonna get it. And I don't want that to happen with these homes. I don't want us to fight over them. I want us to come to a compromise and make sure that every community is taken care of. Because we're all elected by every community, which is a good thing because it makes sure that we're looking out for all communities. Like Jordan said, there might not be room here in Rosebud, there might not be room in Antelope, but developing specific areas, and that's why I was asking Shorty those questions, would it be easier to add on to communities that already exist, like add 5 houses onto like the fairgrounds, where the road just stops all of a sudden up there? If you've ever been up there on fairgrounds, the housing up there. And the same thing with Antelope, there's even space in between houses in that first row on north side. And I'm always thinking like, man, that's so much space there in between houses. And I really want to do some of the research here with our employees to see which communities they live in, and that'll show them what the needs are too for the working population. So I don't want anyone to start getting scared and like, well, I need 5 houses for my community. We need this or that. I think we should get the data and look at it and then make some decisions. And not just the data on, whoever does this research, but also the data that comes from water resources or THPO. Because I know like back there where all those hills are in Rosebud, that's like deemed an area where nothing can be built because of artifacts or something that's been found. So I think there's so much data that needs to be looked at in planning, and I'm willing to take that back to the committee and see who we could direct, or if you guys want to direct someone to start doing that research today, that would be cool. But I think we could try to make some decisions and put some timelines on it so that we can make, because we're off air.
Yeah.
So, because I know like your term's coming up, Eileen's term's coming up, Steve's term's coming up. You guys want to make sure that this gets done before your term's up, and that your communities are taken care of. And I want to support that too, because this is an initiative that this council here did. So I want to make sure that you guys' communities are all taken care of too. But I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, to answer Jordan's question as to how to fix it, the map I looked at for Butte Creek, I'm just using Butte Creek for an example. Not only that, I'm representative of Butte Creek, but we had 13 vacant lots at the map I looked at. So that would probably help you place some of those houses over there, solve a little part of the problem. And I'm sure other communities probably have vacant lots.
100 vacant lots, is that what you said?
13, the last map I looked at. So and it's not a matter of it's not a matter of complaining or being aggressive or anything. It's a matter of looking out for these smaller communities. Not only that, but I don't want to see these communities become extinct. That could very easily happen for some of these smaller communities where, the total population leaves and there's nobody left, or maybe just a few of our tribal members there. I don't want to see that happen. I want to see us grow and expand out. And one of the reasons is because of that court case, which limited our boundaries to this county. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. If we can ever turn that around and get and win that court case, that would be a big accomplishment. So thank you.
We're getting close, Steve. We're getting close. Back to that 50% again, so I think once we get over 51%, and